Great. How do you do revision? Go through the PPTs. 6.57 out of 15 is actually quite good. No. In a mains question, 50% of the marks is considered good. It's not school where you'll get a lot of marks. Out of 10, if you're getting 4 to 5, it's actually good. Out of 15, if you're getting 6 to 7, 7.5, that's actually good. So there's no need to improve. If you're in this range, you just keep on writing the way you're writing. Working professional, Mubah, as I said, you would have, I hope you have the Saturday, Sunday to you. So use the Saturday, Sunday better than the day itself. Anuj, for that, what you need to do is as soon as the class is over, you consolidate by looking at the PPT. And if you want, you can just write basic points which you understand so that you can revise. There are two that I understand. When I teach, it makes sense. When you study yourself, it doesn't. But for that, what you need to do is revision, quick revision. As soon as this class is over, just revise the PPT. Annotated PPT will be available within 1.5 hours. And once it is ready, you do it. Akula, I think the police and the railways article is going to be under resources, what your handouts section of your dashboard. Last two classes, it should be there. Okay. So the agenda for today is we already started education policy. We already understood the philosophy of rule. We just have to do the commissions. And there's a trick there also. I will tell you that. Commissions of education. Thereafter, the most important topic for your examination, constitutional development. Once you're done with constitutional development between 1773 to 1857, we will move into socio-religious reform. So most probably we finish this. We'll most probably be able to do legislative reform, which I will tell you what that means. And then next week, then it's going to be very simple. On Monday, we will do social justice reform. We'll finish it. Thereafter, on Tuesday, we'll be doing tribal and peasant. Wednesday, we reach halfway point, 1857. And thereafter, from Thursday, we enter nationalism because we'll start with moderates. So we will be in nationalism from Thursday. So till Wednesday, we are more or less in this zone. Thereafter, it will become a little bit more open. And once the national movement starts, then we will start to play with timelines. Multiple timelines I will be giving you in the exam, in the class. We'll revise through timelines. Revision is going to become better and easy. And as it is, once everybody is here, I would have to tell you one very simple thing, that Monday, Tuesday is going to be a little bit heavy, in the sense that when we talk about history generally, expansion, socio-religious, and tribal peasant are the three heaviest of themes. Heavy in the sense that you have a lot of facts here. So we've already done expansion. So we will brace for these two. And you are not going to judge modern India by these two modules itself. This is where you just take the pain and you move on. Because as you can see, there's much more to the story than what we're actually doing here. These 2-3 modules where students start to get bogged down, there is no need to get bogged down, because out of these two areas, maximum one question will come. And as it is in social justice reform, they're asking about standard things, which I will tell you. So my first request is that please next 2 classes, Monday, Tuesday, an extra cup of coffee, keep it ready. And it's because it's equally heavy for anyone. You can be of any background. It's heavy for me itself. It's only fact after fact after fact after fact. I'll tell you how to use those facts, what to do with those facts. For example, in tribal, I've actually made all the tables for you already. Social religious reform, I will make the table in front of you so that you can understand better. Peasant, again, you would have to just make one basic table and your work will be done. So, as I said, by we come to Wednesday, it will ease off. Thereafter, it's very, very easy vis-a-vis the moderates, extremists. By I think by next Monday, we will bring Gandhi also to India. So, the simple point is, today agenda is commissions, thereafter constitutional development, thereafter social justice reform movement. So can we start our discussion for today? Everyone ready? Vishwa, you don't need to. You just stick to it. See, if you have been looking at books, you would have realized one thing for sure, that the PPTs are much more elaborate than the book and are in easier form also. So I am just asking you to right now concentrate on the PPT. I will tell you what to do with the book. What to do with the book. So don't worry about that. So you just keep it simple. As of right now, just concentrate on the PPTs. Once the PPT has been mastered, then only we move to the book. Okay. So let's start our discussion. We have already covered the debate and the issues which were there, and we stopped at the Macaulay minute with regards to that. We already have discussed, to just give you a very brief summary of it, we saw that there was an Orientalist and Anglican debate over the issue of who should get the 1 lakh rupees under 1813. We'll discuss the 1813 Charter Act itself. And the simple point here is that the Anglicans will win once Benedict and Macaulay are going to take over the charge of generally the money. When Bentinck is going to become Governor General and Macaulay is going to become the President of the General Committee of Public Instruction. His minute was a disrespect to our general culture itself, arguing that one basic shelf of a European library is better than any literature in India itself. And this is going to be pivotal because after this point, the Orientalists will totally lose ground. And as we already saw, that the Orientalists will not just lose ground because their idea was problematic, but because they were not serving the purpose of the British, which is to exploit India as much as possible. Therefore, once the utilitarians will prevail, there will be now a standard concept of the English education. But English education was only going to be introduced at the topmost level, which is the level of the upper middle class, and the upper class. And they believe that that will start to filter down to the people when these people will start to teach others. That technically did not happen, but that was a basic case. As I said, education was not that important. The more important discussion was the internal debate which we need to saw, or which we needed to understand in that regard. Now, today we now start commissions. Now, out of commissions, there's only one type of question which comes, which is to put them in chronological order, or what is their sequence. So what I am going to do is that first I am going to give you the trick or the acronym to learn the commissions. Then we'll look at the commissions, and then I'll take some questions, or rather we'll practice some questions where we can apply that trick itself. So when we talk about commissions generally, it starts with, and we'll discuss all of this right now, just concentrate here, the Woods Dispatch. Thereafter, it's called the Hunter Commission. Then it's called the Ray Commission, Sadler, Hartog, Sargent. So the basic acronym which comes out of this sequence is Vohura Sad Har Sir. So what is the Vohura here? Woods Dispatch, Hunter Commission, Ray Commission, Sadler, Hartog, Sargent. So the only type of question which we can expect from this area can be done just by learning this basic acronym, Vohura Sad Har Sir. So these 6 commissions together become the way in which different aspects related to the education policy unfolded over different areas and in different ideologies in that regard. And we just have to summarize and understand that. So the progress between the first 70 years or till 20th century was based on the fact that though the missionaries had actually, can we start our discussion? Come on. Vohura Sad Har Sir is clear. Now we are going into the discussion related to what do these commissions actually talk about. So the pioneering activity was actually done by the missionaries. However, thereafter medical, engineering, law colleges started to come up. And the first major college which came up was actually the 1835 Elphinstone College, and the Calcutta Medical College was established. So Elphinstone College, if you ever been to Mumbai, you would know it's just in front of the Mumbai police headquarters, one of the oldest buildings of that area and one of the first pioneering colleges in that regard. Elphinstone College and Calcutta Medical College were two very important, what we call as institutions, which were created in 1835. And Lord Dalhousie will start to thereafter push for education of girls. We'll talk about girls' education. We'll talk about women today when we'll talk about the social justice reform movement, because at the end of the day, there were issues related to educational access and child marriage in India. That is a separate issue altogether. The simple point is very simple, that we don't have to go into these smaller details. We have to just understand what is the basic recommendation of that dispatch. So the first major development in the educational commission sector is basically Wood's dispatch. It's Wood's dispatch. Now, Wood's dispatch is considered like the Magna Carta of education policy in India, because it created the context for how we actually do education even till today. So what Macaulay had argued was for downward filtration, that we will only teach a certain section and they will start to filter down the information and the knowledge. However, Wood's dispatch of 1854, educational dispatch of 1854, done by the president of the Board of Control, and he was even the first Secretary of State in that regard, he said to Dalhousie that the way we are right now applying education policy is not right. And he was against the concept of Macaulay and his concept of downward filtration, because he thought that if we wait for everybody to spread information within the natives, it will take time. So as it is considered the Magna Carta of English education in India, what are the basic concepts? First is that it rejected filtration theory and stressed on mass education and improvement of vernacular, favoring secular education generally. Traditional education should not be ignored. So he's basically mixing it up. Magna Carta means constitution. Anything which is the bedrock, it's called the Magna Carta, because the constitution of America, of US is UK is called Magna Carta. Now, Macaulay is a person. Now, he is technically blending Orientalist and Anglican concepts together, because he's saying that traditional education should not be ignored. And he will say that now we will divide the whole system into primary, secondary, and university. The way we divided primary, secondary, and higher education. And he will say that we will provide grant in aid to the different institutions. But what he created was that if we are teaching English, we should also teach vernacular languages. And in higher education, it should be English. At primary and secondary level, it should be what we call as vernacular language. Now, this is why Wood's dispatch is considered so important. Wood's dispatch basically is saying that at the primary level and secondary level, you teach them in vernacular. Vernacular languages mean Bengali, Malayalam, Telugu, internal languages. Filtration theory given by Macaulay. And thereafter, at higher education level, you go for English. And in a way, this division has still persisted. In a way, this concept has still persisted because at school level, you can be taught in the vernacular languages of India. But as soon as you reach university level, it becomes English. So he has now created what is called a dual system. He's created a dual system. And that dual system basically is based on the concept of having English, but only at the higher level. And by rejecting the filtration theory, he is also arguing about mass education. So this concept of filtering it down, no, it's about removing the concept of what we call as downward filtration, which was introduced by Macaulay. So Macaulay said that we will only teach a certain section, it will filter down. He says no, we have to teach all levels, and that is why mass education is important. Thereafter, because of his major dispatches, the education department will be set up in Bombay, Madras, Bengal, Northwestern Province, and Punjab. And more important for some of you, in January, July, September of 1857, the University of Calcutta, University of Bombay, and University of Madras were established. University of Punjab will be established in 1882 and Allahabad in 1887. And by 1897, we had a proper Indian education service which was created so as to fill up the seats and organize the education policy. Now, please remember this sequence: Calcutta, Bombay, Madras, because sometimes they ask you to put this also in sequence. They're in the same year, 1857, but first it is Calcutta, then Bombay, then Madras. Thereafter, Punjab and Allahabad come through. So, Wood's dispatch in turn creates the context for new universities to come up and become more and more prominent in India. And these four, Calcutta, Bombay, Madras, Punjab, Allahabad, all five of these, till today are one of the most pioneering institutions vis-a-vis education in India. And generally, their history goes back to 1857. So, the next major intervention of the British is called the Hunter Commission. And again, there are multiple points. Whatever I'm going to mark in red is what you will remember. So I will read it out to you, but whatever I mark in red is what you remember. Can we agree to that? Because there is already a lot of information. I'll just mark what you have to remember from this commission. So it was established by Lord Ripon and named after W. Hunter, reviewed the work of Charles Wood's dispatch, entrusted that local bodies should be given the management of primary schools, said that government should maintain only a few colleges, other than should left for private hands, and the secondary education was divided into two, the university and vocational. So, very simply, here you remember local bodies, primary schools, private hands, which is called the concept of privatization, and the concept of university and vocational, which is ITR and all, is what you have to remember. Basically, the concept of vocational learning, I'll write it down. The concept of vocational learning and the concept of privatization of schools is where Hunter Commission comes through. After Hunter Commission, Thomas Ray Commission, we will again be coming back to this commission because it's related to Curzon, and we'll be talking about the partition of Bengal very soon. But Curzon's appointment of Ray Commission was basically, so Curzon Ray Commission, and this was the commission on which the Indian Universities Act will be passed, which I will tell you later. Here, the most important concept is that appointment of lecturer professors should have government approval, and that was mandatory. And power was actually taken away from universities. Looking at the date 1902, can you tell me why would they want this? That appointment of lecturers, professors, government approval was mandatory? Come on. Try to link it up with the larger history. Yes, very good. It is the period of the rise of nationalists. So Indian nationalism was rising. So they would not like nationalists to enter into the universities. So now the government is going to vet each and every professor and each and every lecturer who will enter. So the way they are now changing the rules are basically based on how Indian nationalism is going on. So we'll talk about this commission because we have to come back to this story again. But the basic point is appointment need approval. Universities lose power and the power is getting concentrated in governor generals, or rather the governor general and viceroys. We'll discuss that. Thereafter, Sadler will be established by Chelmsford, and two Indians are also there. Don't have to learn their name. Already too many names to learn. They introduced the concept of 12 years. You know, we have this 1 to 12, first class to 12th class concept comes from here. And secondary education should be controlled by Board of Secondary Education, and degree courses should be 3 years. So the basic BA program, 3 years, and first to 12th class concept came from Sadler. Imagine that it was introduced in 1917 and we are still following that basic model, wherein we go from this 1 to 12, first to 12th, first to 12th, first to 12th, and 3 years BA program and 3 years honors course will also come through in that regard. These appeasers mean the people most probably are these two personalities would be appeasers in the sense that they will be pro-British. Obviously, the British will never establish a commission with Indians if the Indians are not pro-British. Thereafter, 7 new developments will happen, wherein total 12 new universities will be opened at Banaras, Mysore, Patna, Aligarh, Dhaka, Lucknow, Osmania. Then Kashi Vidyapeeth will be established, Jamia Millia Islamia will be established, and thereafter the university pass course and honors degree will come through, which I told you very soon. Then comes Hartog. Hartog is very straightforward. You have to, he said that we need to increase the number of schools and colleges, policy of consolidation of primary education, and selective system of admission to universities and what we call as vocational. They said if student has a vocational orientation, don't send him to the university. So just remember, primary education is the main emphasis of Hartog. Thereafter, you have last Sargent. Sargent is also called as the National Scheme for Education, and they thought, look at it, it's law coming in 1944, and they thought that for the next 40 years their education policy will be prevalent. This much level of confidence every UPSC aspirant should have, that though they will lose India within 3 years of this, their understanding was we will create a regime for the next 40 years. 1984 was the time till which this was going to be applied, and establishment of elementary and high school education, the concept of university education becoming compulsory for all children, along with universal education becoming what we call as compulsory and universal education between 6 to 11. The concept of academic, technical, and intermediate course was there, but intermediate course was abolished. What you remember here is very simply this. First, this you remember, and second, you remember the concept of universal and compulsory education for children between 6 to 11. That is it. That is it. Now, thereafter, engineering colleges were also coming through. 4 colleges will be there for civil engineering. The what is called the Thomason College, which will later be called IIT Roorkee in 1847. Then Bengal Engineering College, which is now called Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, IIEST. Thereafter, civil engineers will play a very important role in the public works department. The military is also going to take a lot of the help, but most of the engineers at this point of time were royal engineers, meaning that they were coming from the British or they were coming from the army. So most engineers got employed in the army because the army needed engineers, civil engineers to create establishments. Thereafter, we also have the Royal Indian Engineering College, which is now also called Cooper Hills College. And the Indian Public Works Department will thereafter be using these graduates for their basic concept itself. But remember that civil engineering, most important application of that was actually in military department. So there it's those called civil engineering. The most employment they got was actually in the military department. So I've discussed with you these basic commissions, what they have to say. But what I want to discuss with you right now is, can we remember their sequence? And I want to do 2-3 basic sample questions with you. Can I do that? So it's not a problem in learning these 3-4 points about each one of them, right? Just create a table, put it into it. There should be no issues. Okay. Now, what is the acronym? Wo hura sad har sir. So Woods Dispatch, Hunter Commission, Rai Commission, Sadler Commission, Hartog, Sargent. Just look at it 1 second. Hartog. Woods, Hunter, Rai, Sadler, Hartog, Sargent. Now in your mind, no issues? Because then I'll ask you questions. Okay. So, for anybody who's actually joined late only, Woods Dispatch removes filtration theory, Hunter privatization and vocational, Ray related to appointments of the professors, Sadler based on the 12-year 3-year model, Hartog primary education was the main focus, Sargent national scheme for education, right? Okay. So let's do some questions and then we start constitutional development. The most important topic, constitutional development. Okay. Put this in chronological order. Okay. 3, 4, 2, 1. Woods, Ray, Sargent, Hartog. Not 3, 4, 2, 1. 3, 4, 1, 2. Wo hura sad har sir. So Hartog has to be first, na? So the students who are saying 2, 1, you are putting Sargent first. So 3, 4, 1, 2. 3, 4, 1, 2, not the other way around. Can I now make it 6? There are only 6, but can I put it into 6? Okay. Give me the sequence. 4, 5, 3, 2, 6, 1. 4, 5, 3, 2, 6, 1. 4 means 1, 5, 3, 2, 2, ठीक है, 2, 6, 1. ठीक, perfect. Perfect. So again, this is one of the most difficult type of questions which come in the examination. But I think you get the point that just by remembering the acronym Vohura, SAD, Harsar, you should not have a problem. Right? So it's a very simple concept. It's a very simple concept if you know how to learn it. Now again, you would have seen one thing. I didn't care about the dates because as it is, you have to learn a lot of dates. So the simple point of the matter is that I will give you dates which matter. And this is how you actually learn, not just history, but any other subject. If you can create certain types of what we call as tricks, it will help you generally in the examination. If this is clear, everybody is with me, then we start constitutional development, because that is the one of the most important areas. Will take us an hour or so, and we'll take a break by most probably 7:30. Right? Okay, great. Now, so what have we covered till this point? What have we covered till this point? Instead of chronology, what kind of question may they ask from education policy? They can ask you the first part of the story, the Orientalist Anglican debate. They can ask you this type of question from commissions. That's it. Right? I will give you Akshara, don't worry, master timeline for modern India. Don't worry about these things. Timelines I will give you where they matter. National movement, the timeline really matters. I will tell you that. Okay. One more type of question can easily be, I'll give you that type of question. You will then understand. I'll give you one more type of question. But for this, you would need a little bit of revision. Match the following for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, match ABCD. Give me the sequence of ABCD, I'll get it. Yeah, for this type of question, you would have to go through the PPT once. So not an issue with regards to that. But it's just to show you what type of question can be asked. More or less everybody is saying what? BCAD. So the Woods Dispatch did rejection of downward filtration. Ray Commission, appointment perfect. Hartog is for primary education, Sargent intermediate. Perfect. So now you get the two type of questions. This can be there, one pair, two pair can be there. So that type of question standard. So I hope you get the point. Mains question is going to be about the Anglican Orientalist debate. So can I close this topic? We can move on. They can also just write in front of it and say which of the following pairs are correct. One pair, two pair, three pair, four pair, standard. Okay, now. So the two type of questions which can come, I've already done with you. Now what we've done till this point, we started with advent and decline. Thereafter, we did the concept of expansion. Thereafter, we did the concept of consolidation. We've now done economic policy, and we've also understood the education policy. Now, whilst all of this was happening, the East India Company power was increasing or decreasing in India? It was increasing. The power of East India Company is increasing. So the British Parliament, so for anybody who's not done polity, Britain is a constitutional monarchy. Constitutional monarchy means that they have a king or a queen, but under the king and the queen, the real is the prime minister, like Rishi Sunak, and the prime minister has what we call he's the head of the parliamentary system. And they have an unwritten constitution called the Magna Carta. Does not matter to us. That is their problem. The basic point is that in the parliamentary model, the British Parliament becomes the ultimate power. And as of right now, the charter has been given by the king or queen to the East India Company to trade. But because East India Company stocks were held by most of the MPs of the British Parliament, they had one eye on the East India Company quite a lot. And therefore, what is the context of constitutional development is very simply the way the British Parliament starts to get more and more involved. So from a private company, as soon as the East India Company becomes a territorial power, there was a need to intervene. And when you try to intervene, what is the other word we can use for intervention? What is that? There's a need to do what? There's a need to dash the East India Company. Very good. They need to regulate the East India Company. And that is why the first act is called what? Regulating Act. So the intention of the British Parliament is clear from the day one itself. So when we talk about constitutional development, what we mean is not what the East India Company is doing to itself. It's about how the British Parliament affects the East India Company. So here there are basically what is called Regulating Act 1773. Thereafter, the Pitt's India Act 1784. Then there are 4 Charter Acts: 1793, 1813, 33, and thereafter 53. So what I mean to say is, you just have to learn Regulating Act of 1773. But the concept is that as the power of the East India Company became more and more pronounced, there was a need to regulate them. And that is why the first act is called Regulating Act. It's called Regulating Act because it's about regulating the East India Company. Getting my point? Because if you do get the point of why we call it constitutional development, then I'll start it. I'll start the discussion. Okay, perfect. Now, first act is called the Regulating Act of 1773. Now, what I'm going to do very simply is that I'm going to give you the provisions, and then I'm going to give you a trick to learn the Regulating Act or these acts, which I call codes. If you can break the code, you can automatically get all the major provisions of the act in that. Because a lot of students, I know you go to Lakshmikant to study these things, but the problem is that the emphasis of Lakshmikant is in a different place. Our place and our discussion is totally different. There the discussion is totally different. That is from a political perspective. I am discussing from a historical perspective. So, a charter acts are coming, don't worry. The basic point is Regulating Act 1773. What are the major provisions? The first provision of the Regulating Act was that, but for that I need to first explain to you one second. First I need to explain to you the structure of the East India Company. One second. Structure of East India Company in England and India. Now please pay attention. To just give you that basic point, I would have to discuss this. What body heads the East India Company in England? Okay. The Court of Directors, cash on delivery, COD. So you have the British Parliament, the Queen, or rather we'll not involve them right now. You have Court of Directors, East India Company, England. Don't call them Board of Directors or Board of Control. Not right now. Then the Court of Directors operate in India via 3 governors. Governor of Bengal, Governor of Bombay, and Governor of Madras. This is pre-1773. So this part is in India and that part is in England. So if there's any communication which happens, it happens to the Governor of Bengal, Bombay and Madras. Any issue here? Court of Directors could be 10, 15, but technically 5. Don't need to go into that. Okay. In England, there is the Court of Directors who are answerable to the shareholders. And in India, there are 3 governors which control power. I want everybody's assertion yes, then I move forward. Yes? Great. Now, the Queen has no relationship with the Court of Directors. This is a private body. That is, I did not write anything. It's a private body. Now the British Parliament will get interested in this private body, how it is acting. So the first change or the first thing which Regulating Act of 1773 does is that it designates the Governor of Bengal as changes designation as Governor General of Bengal. He is given 4-member council around him to help him govern. Third, the Supreme Court will be established at Bengal, Calcutta. Next year it will be constructed, but the provision came in 1773. And fourth and last, the governors of Madras and Bombay were made subordinate to Governor General. And this process is called legislative centralization. What do you mean by legislative? What does the word legislative mean? No, Ilma, nothing of this exists till today, obviously. Lawmaking. Legislative means lawmaking. Centralization means what? At one point or at multiple points? One point. So basically, between 1773 to close to 1861, there's a proper emphasis from the British Parliament to do what is called legislative centralization. What do I mean by legislative centralization? Wherein the power is taken away from the constituent units or Bombay and Madras and given to Bengal. So legislative centralization means that power is getting centralized in one position and Bombay and Madras are losing power. This process will be initiated in 1773, but it will systematically become a problem. So let's try to understand how now the structure changes. So in 1773, the structure of this whole system looks like this. The Court of Directors are still there. This has not been touched. But now the Court of Directors is not going to send 3 messages. He's going to only send 1 message to the Governor General of Bengal. And now the governors of Bengal and not Bengal, of Bombay and Madras are going to report to Bengal. And because one man cannot administer India, such a big area, he is given 4 members as assistants, and that is called 4-member council. So any decision making is done by the Governor General plus his 4-member council. Now, this process which you see here is called legislative centralization. It's called legislative centralization, wherein power is getting concentrated in Bengal. Are you getting my point? This is post 1773. Making sense? But now the $1 million question is, everybody has to tell me yes or no. You have to be more vocal because these are very fundamental, important things. If you don't understand this, I can't teach you Pitt's India Act. Okay. Now the $1 million question is, how do I learn all of this? Because all of this looks nice, but how to learn it? And for that, you use these codes. '73 GGB +4 SCLC. GGB +4 SCLC. What does this mean? 1773 Act, Governor General +4 members, Supreme Court, legislative centralization. Can you learn this code? 73 GGB +4 SCLC. Now you will, if you learn this code, you will never forget the basic three provisions of this act. GGB means, B means Governor General of Bengal, yes. So, when I go to Pitt's India Act, I will give you another code. I will give a code for each one of these acts. So you just have to learn these codes as a form of revision and you will never forget them. Supreme Court role was nothing but criminal jurisdiction. That's it. So 73 GGB +4 SCLC. Are we clear with regards to the three basic provisions? I'll read it out to you and then we'll move to Pitt's India Act. Yes? Great. Say it with me. Say it with me once. Say it with me. 73 GGB +4 SCLC. Because if you say it, it will go into your mind. Okay. Now, what is the context of the intervention? What is the context of the intervention? So after Plassey, proper misgovernance and corruption is there. Clive has taken too many gifts from people. A proper judicial administration was needed. And by 1772, a major thinker from England called Edmund Burke was saying that it is the duty of the parliament to superintend the affairs of the company. And Hastings was being sent in 1772 with a mandate to figure out things. And immediate cause was the application of loan by the company. Now, this is a major suspicious point. You don't need to learn this. But if you are getting so much revenue out of India, why would the East India Company apply for a loan? So as soon as the East India Company applied for a loan with the British Parliament, their eyebrows got raised that why is that this company, which now has Diwani rights, why is it asking for money from us? So this corruption which Clive had put into the system, there was a new concept itself. So the concept was not for direct control, but was about regulation. It was about regulation. Now, what are the basic provisions? It designated the Governor of Bengal. Who was the first Governor of Bengal? First Governor of Bengal was Clive. First Governor General of Bengal is Hastings. I'll write it down in the end in one slide, but is Hastings. So Clive was the only first and last governor. And Governor General of Bengal is Hastings. Okay. So Governor of Bengal becomes Governor General of Bengal, created Executive Council of 4 members. And the first Governor General was Lord Warren Hastings. The governors of Bombay and Madras Presidency were subordinated to the Governor General of Bengal, unlike earlier when the 3 presidencies were independent to one another. The Supreme Court will be established under the provisions next year with Chief Justice and 3 judges. Prohibition of the company from engaging in private trade, and it will strengthen the control of the British government on the Court of Directors, because now the Court of Directors would have to report the revenue, civil and military affairs of the company. So what is the difference? It's nothing. It's adding a. The major difference is that he's called Governor General. Why is it called General? Because he's above these two. So it's called Governor General. That's a designational change. Why Clive is not appointed as Governor General? Because he's too corrupt. As it is, he had already gone by 1772. Because he's the head, that is why it's called Governor General. Mona Lisa, don't use the word Viceroy. Viceroy is not going to come before 1858. Now the Queen has an eye on the company? No. Still, they don't want direct control. They only want to regulate. Are we clear with regards to the provisions of Regulating Act of 1773? How do you define legislative centralization, which is the centralization of law-making power into Bengal? Can I move to Pitt's India Act? Clive could have revolted, he would have got shot. That's not the point. Okay. Explain 4 members. 4 members to help the Governor General in taking decisions, and technically think of them as executives who help the COM. You understand Council of Ministers, you think of them as Council of Ministers. Okay. After Regulating Act, yes, Governor General of Bengal designation came. Sayadri, the difference between governor and this I will tell you. Let me first reach till Viceroy. The difference is nothing. Their designations change, but the power is also changing with it. So don't complicate it. I know that you know there's something called Viceroy. I know that you know there's something called this and that. There's a gradual progression here. Governor of Bengal designation changed. Governor General of Bengal. 2 presidency governors are now reporting to him. Is the structure clear? Private trade is not allowed. That's it. Okay. Do we need to learn the names of the 4 members? No. Too many names to learn itself. Okay. Now comes called the Pitt's India Act of 1784. Now this act is actually named after a prime minister, Pitt the Younger. And Pitt the Younger basically was very suspicious of the East India Company. Pitt the Younger, the prime minister, he is very, very suspicious of the East India Company, and he doesn't trust the East India Company one bit. But what was more problematic was that by 1784, they have Bengal, Bihar, Orissa, they have even parts of the Carnatic sector. The point of the matter is East India Company power is exponentially increasing. And now if they were not able to check, or they were able to check corruption in India, the court of directors was now becoming too powerful. The court of directors now became too powerful, and the court of directors has both commercial functions to manage, meaning the trade aspect is there. There is a commercial function, there's administrative functions, because they have to manage the Diwani of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa. So they have to manage in a way administratively. They have to manage commercial functions. They were also having political functions. So if you look at it, COD is not in India, it is in England. The problem was that the court of directors, which is sitting in England, they have too much to manage. Administration also, commercial function also, political also, trade also. They have to check corruption also. There is a lot of pressure which has been created on the COD. But more than that, what Pitt the Younger saw was that this body is becoming too powerful. This body is becoming too powerful. So now the Pitt's India Act, the major change is that they split the power of court of directors, and there are now going to be 2 bodies. One is going to be called Board of Control, the BOC, and the Court of Directors. the cash on delivery, COD. These two will operate from England, and both of them will have power over the Governor General of Bombay, under which Governor of Governor BB of Bengal, Bombay, and Governor of Madras. Now, please understand this, that this establishment is in India. This establishment is in England. Now, why is that? Why is that the board of control is needed? Why is that the board of control is actually needed? The board of control is needed because now the board of control will manage political, administrative, and governance, and the court of directors will only manage commercial functions or trade functions. Try to understand it. Try to understand it. Beforehand, there was the court. This was the structure where we stopped. This is the structure where we stopped, right? There was the court of directors in England. The Governor General of Bengal was there, and two governors were there, Governor of Bombay and Governor of Madras. And nobody had any issue here. Yes, nobody had any issue here. There was no issue here. Thereafter, what is happening is court of directors has a lot of functions to do. It has administrative functions because look at the year. By 1784, they have Bengal, Bihar, Orissa. They have to govern it. They have to extract revenue. They also have Carnatic sector. They have gone into certain understanding with certain political states. They are doing treaties. They are signing a lot of things. So now the British Prime Minister, Pitt the Younger, he says that one body cannot manage everything and East India Company administration is suffering. So what he says is that we will take away the power away from court of directors and let us now create a dual control, wherein in England now the East India Company has not one office but two offices, board of control and court of directors. Court of directors have now been just reduced to you manage the trade, you are a trading company, so you manage the trade. And thereafter you have the board of control, which is now going to take care of everything else other than commercial functions. So if it's about how much indigo is going to go from India to Britain, who will take a call? Who will take a call about indigo going from India to England? It is going to be court of director. Yes, it is going to be court of director because it is a purely trade function. However, if should Reza Khan be still the Nazim, who will take the call? Board of control or court of directors? Board of control. So from permanent settlement to Mahalwari to this and that, where will permanent settlement be applied? Where will Raitwari be applied? Where will Meherwal be applied? Which body is going to take a call? It is the board of control because it is an administrative function which we are talking about. Very simply, all useless activities now of the East India Company are with court of directors. That you play with your trade, you find the way you can send OPM, this and that, how many ships will go, how many merchants will be there, how many this, that is court of directors. The real power now resides rather in the in the board of control, because the board of control now holds the real power of the British in India, which is the territorial power. So it's a very simple concept, one of the easiest acts itself. They split the court of directors, their role, and you don't need to know who, what, which. Don't have to remember that. Who is in the court of directors, who is in the board of control. Don't waste your time. very simply telling you, the discussion needs to revolve around larger concepts. That is optional level. The simple point of the matter is the first change is this, and there's one more change which happened. Diwani rights also going to Board of Control in a way. Diwani rights had already been given, but understand this, it's not about Diwani rights. Wherever it is going to be about administering the Indian subcontinent, it is going to be Board of Control. When it is going to be about Court of Directors, it is only commercial functions. You getting my point? That how is there a difference? Yes. The next and the last change which happened under this act was that the members were reduced from 4 to 3. So it became GGB plus 3. Why would have they reduced it by 1? Why reduce it by 1? It was GGB plus 4, right? Why by 1? Yes, very good. If there are 5 members, Governor General plus 4, then Governor General can be outvoted. In the sense that 3 members can outvote Governor General and the other member. But now, when there is GGB plus 3, it becomes 4 members. So now the Governor General cannot be outvoted on decisions. Somehow the Governor General still remains the powerful person in this council. So think of it like the Council of Ministers at before could outvote the Governor General. This all maths. It's an odd number, so 3 and 2 can happen. But they make it an even number by having GGB plus 3, which is 3 members and 1 Governor General. So somehow Governor General will always prevail rather than previously. So to remove conflict, they've done it. All settlements are related to trade and commerce due to agriculture. No. Hariom, don't think of it like this. See, I'll tell you how should I make it. See, you have, for example, take the Tata company. So Tata has 2 types of services, if you've ever known about it. The Tata company has to sell. It is a company. But it also has what is called TAS, Tata Administrative Services, wherein how will the whole company be administered is what the TAS does. Same way, Court of Directors has the concept of moving around tonnage, moving around the trade. But how will India be managed? That is the call of Board of Control. Getting my point? Indian management goes to Board of Control. It's not difficult. It's very standard, simple. Any function which is not commercial is with Board of Control. Right? Okay. So what is our code then? We have to create a code for the PITS India Act. Code is 84 GG plus 3 BOC COD. Can you remember it? 84 GGB plus 3, it was GGB plus 4, Board of Control, Court of Directors. They increase the number by 1 just to make sure that the Governor General cannot be outvoted, because Governor General plus 4 means 5 members. Then Governor General and 1 person can be outvoted by the 3 others. Here it can't happen. Can you remember this code? PITS India 84. Governor General, 3 members, Board of Control, Court of Directors. 84 GGB plus 3, Board of Control, Court of Directors. These are acts which were made by the British Parliament. Yes, the British Parliament passed it to control it. Okay, see. For the first time, the British Cabinet was given the right to exercise control over Indian affairs, laid the foundation for centralized administration. Shareholders opposed this decision to recognize the political and administrative functions of the company. Warren Hastings became first Governor General. This is the last act which we saw. So there was opposition also. But then comes PITS India Act of 1784. Very simply, I'll explain the codes again, don't worry. The 8470, come on, that much, Ashutosh, you can put in your mind that it is 1784. Then it can be 1984 also. It can be 1884, 2084. It can be any. So this much I believe that if I write 84, you believe it is 1784. Okay. So the act was a stepping stone for British rule in India, named after the British Prime Minister William Pitt. There was an amending act which had come through in 1781 to amend the regulating act, but we don't have to learn it, but it failed. Tussle between there were provincial governors and the Governor General continued, reiterated the supremacy of the British Parliament. But what it actually did was orders of the board were now binding on the Court of Directors. The Governor General was now going to have 3 members, separated the commercial and political functions, wherein now there will be 2 bodies within the East India Company, Board of Control and Court of Directors. Court of Directors will deal with commercial affairs. The Board of Control, which consisted of the Chancellor of Exchequer, the Secretary of State and 4 members of the Privy Council of the King, will deal with civil, military, political affairs and revenues. So just to reiterate, before we go to the next act, please try to understand it. What have we done till this point? Don't confuse yourself. It's very easy. We have done 73 GGB plus 4 SCLC or LCSC. Now we've done 84 GGB plus 3 BOC COD. What were the major changes in the 73 Act? It was Governor General of Bengal first time designated, 4 members, legislative centralization and Supreme Court being formed. Now 1784 Act, GGP now has only 1 member less, GGB plus 3. Board of Control is created, Court of Directors remains the same. The Indian system is not touched that much. What is touched rather is the English administration. The split between Court of Director and Board of Control is very simple. Court of Directors have commercial functions, while the Board of Control has political, administrative, revenue, military, everything. So listen to me, when Anglo-Sikh War was happening in 1804, the Governor General would be taking orders from whom? Board of Control or Court of Directors? The Board of Control. Right? Because it is military functions, they are fighting, so Board of Control will manage it. However, for example, opium needed to be now replaced by cotton silk. Which body is going to send that message to the Governor General? The Court of Director. So now are you getting the difference? That the orders are coming from 2 places, but there is a difference. This is a good concept because this is called separation of power. This is called separation of power. Aditi, it means that if the Board of Control says something vis-a-vis these 3-4 functions, Court of Directors also has to comply. So any day, if you are the member of the Court of Directors, would you be happy to know this? No. Which is more powerful? You tell me, which is more powerful? Board of Control or Court of Directors? Board of Control. See, all useless functions now go to Court of Directors. And all important functions are with Board of Control. What it actually represents to us, you should understand this, is now the British Parliament is realizing that the East India Company is not a company. Now it's become a power. So we need to control their power itself. Right? So very simple, say they don't bring center state. There's no concept of center state. Think of it like the Defense Ministry and the Finance Ministry. The defense, in this Home Ministry, Defense, etc. come. Rather, even Financial Ministry comes in this. This is just the Ministry of Shipping and Trade. That's it. If you want to see equivalence in that regard. BOC is directly connected to the government. Yeah, in a way, but not directly, but the government can say something to the Board of Control. See, understand one thing. This is the government of India asking the Tata Group to change its own administration. It is still a private body. It's not a governmental body. Right? Can I move forward? Okay. Great. Now come the Charter Act. So there are basically four Charter Acts which we discuss. If you remember, we started our discussion vis-a-vis Charter Acts. BOC is not a governmental body. It is a East India Company body. Who appointed BOC and COD? The shareholders would, but now the government also has a say on who will become a part of it. So this is a interesting intersection. It's an interesting intersection where both the government and the private body both take a call. Now, the charter which was given was basically about what? What does the charter give to the East India Company? What does the charter give to the East India Company? Very good. Monopoly. It gives the East India Company monopoly over any trade east of Cape of Good Hope. So there are four charter acts which are important to us. 1793, 1813, 1833, 1853. Now you can see how are they placed. What is the gap between them? 20 years. So every 20 years there is a gap. So you learn one and automatically you can learn all of them. 1793 plus 20 plus 20 plus 20 plus 20. Now, what is the most important point here is that change in the charter means that now they are going to play with the privilege of the East India Company itself. But before I go to each and every act, I want to give you a meta concept. There are meta concept. The concept is very simple. I am a trader in the UK. I am a trader in the UK. But I am not associated with the East India Company. So would I be happy about the charter? No. Because my ship cannot sail in the Indian Ocean world. So therefore, I don't like it. But monopoly to the East India Company is now going to be seen as a little bit more and more suspicious. And that suspicion was because of one thinker called Adam Smith. Adam Smith will publish a book called The Wealth of Nations. And Adam Smith will argue, he's technically not an economist, he's just a thinker. You think of him as father of economics, but his idea is totally based on the concept of governmental control. So Adam Smith will publish a book called what we call as Wealth of Nations. And in Wealth of Nations, he will introduce a concept, what is called laissez-faire politics or trade. Laissez-faire politics. What do you mean by laissez-faire? This is an French term for free trade. His argument was that when the government intervenes into the market and into trade, it distorts it. So Adam Smith argues that governmental intervention is a bad thing into trade or into market generally. And he says that the role of the state should be like an invisible hand, which is there but should not touch the body until unless it does not become too bad. Let there be losers and let there be winners in the market. The government only intervenes when there is need for. If not, let the market forces decide what should be the trade profile and trade concept itself. So if Adam Smith was alive today, or rather if Adam Smith was there, would Adam Smith like the concept of monopoly? No. Adam Smithian economics or Adam Smithian concept argues that monopolies are bad. So now rises a major concept of what we call as free trade. Concept of free trade. And the more free trade becomes a word within the parliament, the more the monopoly and the question of the charter comes through. And see, under the Charter Act, there is India monopoly and there's China monopoly. Meaning, how if you can operate in the Indian Ocean, and this is to operate in the South China Sea. Whilst they will have monopoly in 1793 over both the areas, now there will be a constant attack on the East India Company and a lot of pressure will get created on the prime ministers and specifically the crown to change the charter and open up East Indies trade or East Indian trade. And the first breakthrough which the free trade lobby is going to get is when the India monopoly will be gone, but the China monopoly will be retained in 1813. The pressure is there because British Parliament, his own government is saying, open up the trade. Let us also get the piece of cake which is called India. Everybody wants to trade in India. But as of right now, only East India Company can do it. So in 1813, the first breakthrough of the free trade lobby is going to come when Indian monopoly will be lost. But by 1833, both monopolies will be lost, and that will now be the case forever. That first breakthrough is 1813, where Indian monopoly is lost, and the next breakthrough is 1833, where Chinese monopoly is lost. I'll give you a very simple example of this. You will never forget this. Now, it is 1800. There are 7,000 East India Company ships and there are 70,000 private traders. How many ships can sail to India and China? How many ships can sail to India and China without getting what we call as confiscated? Out of these 7,000, 70,000. Very good. Only 7,000 ships can operate here because East India Company has a monopoly. East India Company has a monopoly. All of them are not allowed in India or China because they are not East India Company traders. Now it's 1813. 7,000 East India Company, 70,000 private. How many can operate in India And how many can operate in China? Very good. 77,000 can operate in India, but still 7,000 in China. Why? Because the 1813 China trade has been, monopoly has been retained. India is now open to everyone. Because the East India Company did not want to give up power so quickly, so they retained China for 20 years. And in 1833, how many can operate in India and China? Same set. All 77,000. Because both the China and India trade are gone. Are you getting my point now? How this monopoly concept works? Right? So when I say that, when we say that monopoly is given through Charter, Charter Acts needed to be amended. Charter Acts came under a lot of pressure because of the free trade lobby. The laissez-faire politics was the base of this concept. Laissez-faire politics, free trade politics created pressure on the British Parliament to change the charter. First change is going to come in 1813. Second change is going to come in 1833. Because there are two sectors in Indian subcontinent, two sectors in Asia, Indian subcontinent, China. First, they will lose India, then they will lose China. That is systematically taking away power. So when somebody asks you, lobby means basically a group which is lobbying. If I say laissez-faire politics is nothing but free trade politics, wherein market forces should decide everything, there should be no concept of what we call as monopolies. Monopoly means one person control. Market politics means everybody is controlling. Who rules China and all? Don't ask me this question right now, because that's a separate issue altogether. Keep it simple. The difference between 1833 53 is that it's already gone. If I want, I can remove it from here. I don't want to. The simple point is that if I say that when did East India Company lose Indian monopoly, the answer to that question is 1813. When I say that they lost all of their monopolies, then the answer to that question is 1833. So I have not told you the charter provisions, but I'm telling you the larger concept of why now the charters will be touched. Before this, it was about regulating and dividing power. Now it's not about that. It's rather about regulating, dividing, but also touching the East India Company's core value. East India Company's advantage since 1600 was the fact that for close to 213 years, nobody could operate in India and China without being an East India Company trader. However, now after 213 years of having this charter, they will lose it in first go in 1813 with India, 1833 with China. Are we clear? Come on. 1853 is just added to show you that it is already. I'll remove it. See. Now no issue. Okay, great. Monopoly, so will decentralized power with East India. No, monopoly means centralization of power with the East India Company. Right. Okay. Now, we'll do 1793 and then we'll take a break. So the first change, what is the first change of 1793? Everything is making sense, right? I hope. Everything is making sense. Why is the charter taken away? Or why is the change coming through? Okay. So, the Charter Act of 1793, it had very interesting provisions. It had very interesting provisions. Yes, Nikita, India is not. It said that we are the privilege which you have, commercial privilege which you have, is going to be there for the next 20 years. That much assurance we are giving you. But now the British Parliament says, give us the money. They say, after meeting military expense, after meeting interest, dividend, salary, everything, the East India Company should transfer 5 lakh pounds to the British government. They say that rain some money on us also. You are looting India. But why is that everything is going to the East India Company? So the Parliament says, you do what you do with the money, give everybody salary and everything. But thereafter, you now also transfer us 5 lakh pounds annually as a form of revenue. So this is the Parliament taking power away or having more power over the East India Company? Having more power. See, this is called how simply there is a creeping control of the Parliament coming through. The Parliament is very simply first regulating, then they are changing. Now they are saying, give us some money. So, see, till till India was not fully conquered, the Parliament didn't care. But now that the Sone ki Chidiya, the golden bird, was now in the hands of the East India Company, everybody wants a piece of it. Think of it like this. East India Company was never happy about any of these acts. But they have to comply because they draw their power from the British Parliament or the Crown. So this is basically, imagine that a government is saying to a private body that after what you've done, you pay us certain money. So it's a creeping control coming on the East India Company. So this is a very interesting provision because now the British Parliament also wants a piece of the cake. Further, who will be appointed as the Governor General, Governor, or even Commander-in-Chief of the Army? You need royal approval for that, meaning the Queen is going to nominate. Senior officers cannot leave India without permission. The company was now empowered to contract people in India. This is a very interesting point. The company can now give licenses to individuals which can act as their agents. This was very important for opium trade. If you remember, I told you that the British did not take opium in their own ships. They used to take that opium in Indian ships. Now, how can an Indian ship operate if the monopoly is with the East India Company? So what they do is that they say that this is our subcontractor. He's a contractor. We can employ them now. Further, the revenue administration will be separated from judicial functioning. So there was a adalat called the Mal Adalat, basically customs adalat, that was abolished. And now the most interesting aspect, the salary of the board of control and the court of directors will be paid out of Indian revenue. The board of control and the court of directors salary, home government members salary will be paid out of Indian revenue. I'll summarize it and give you the code and we can take a break. Can I summarize it in one slide? I know when it is written like this, it becomes difficult. Okay. See. What are the basic provisions? See. Okay. Now, first change. Salaries, expenses paid out of Indian revenue. their appointment cannot be without royal approval. Cannot leave India without permission. Royal approval means approval. It's a constitutional monarchy. Royal approval or parliamentary approval, same thing only. Their salaries previously were paid by the people of Britain. So cannot leave India without permission. Their appointment cannot be without royal approval. Basically, the Queen approves. How president approves anything. But if the president is approving, technically isn't the Prime Minister telling him to do that? Okay. Thereafter, first, second, third, fourth, 5 lakh pounds annual transfer to the Parliament. And fifth, company can employ Indians under license to trade. Now, does it make sense? These 5 points: salaries and expenses paid out of Indian revenue. They cannot leave without permission, have to be appointed by royal approval. 5 lakh pounds will be transferred to the Parliament, and the company can employ Indians through license to trade. Britain were a constitutional monarchy since 1599 only. Okay. Why Parliament asked for money? You tell me. Wouldn't a government like to have a revenue receipt which does not have any issues? First point is that previously they were paid. Previously, their salaries and expense were borne out of British taxpayer money. Technically, Britishers are paying for it. Point number 5 is that company can ask Indian traders to have East India Company flags via licenses. It's technically the dastak, if you understand the dastak. Are we clear with regards to this? Why this act was implemented? Because the Parliament wants more and more power. Okay. I'll give you a code if you understand this. See, Sayadri, it's very easy to say that why didn't the East India Company fight with the government? You tell me. If East India Company is going to fight with the government will come and shut down the company itself. Who will transfer? East India Company will transfer to the Parliament. It's not a joke. Understand this point, that the East India Company has to comply. If the government of India says something to a company in India today, will it not comply? How China controls all of its different private companies. Are you getting my point? You can't be transgressing the Parliament. Why was the salary paid by previously paid by British Parliament? Because they are Britishers. Now we are paying for it. Company can employ Indians through license of trade. This is the point. It's not that difficult, but see, it says that individuals can be given licenses, and basically the country trade concept came in. East India Company can transfer its privilege to anybody. It was not allowed to Indians till this point. So now for opium trade, they're doing it. Can I give you the code and we can take a break? Is this making sense? It's not difficult. You're asking very micro points, which is a good thing because it means that you're understanding the larger points. You're trying to make sense of it, which is equally important and equally interesting in that sense. But we have to keep it simple. We have to keep it simple. There is a lot to learn than this, right? Okay. So what is the code for us? 93, 93. Now, this code you can change as per your purpose. You can change as per your purpose because there are a lot of points. So we keep it simple. 5L transfer. I'll then make it smaller. 5 lakh transfer. Company license and the concept of royal approval and Indian revenue for expense. So now we slow it down or we make it small. 93 5L Parliament company license royal approval Indian revenue for expense, because this is going to change as per your purpose. Too many big words are there. For expense, this is going to be the code. Here you can change it as per what you want to make it. 5 lakh transfer to Parliament, company license, royal approval, Indian revenue for expense. So you can play with it. If you can make a better one, do tell me. No issues with regards to that. But if these three basic points should come in: 5 lakh transfer, company license, royal approval, Indian revenue. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? Okay. Can't leave the India point. Yeah, Indian revenue point is important. So you play with it. You have 10 minutes to figure it out. If you can figure it out and make it better for yourself, sure. But see, codes where there cannot be very big provisions, it becomes hard. So before we go for a break, can I presume that these three are totally clear? Yes, Mohammed, you would have to revise, but these are called revision tools. They're actually called revision tools. A lot of you can actually do something like, if you're a working professional, you're going to college, write these codes on a sheet of paper and keep it with you, and throughout the day just look at it. You can write it on one small piece of paper and you can look at it from time to time, and that is the way you revise day to day. You're sitting in the bus, you're going in the car, you're in the cab. Once checked, do I remember all the provisions? And the point is going to be, there will be a new urge which will come. As soon as you will not remember any provision, you will open the PPT and see which provision you don't remember. That way you will learn very quickly, and that becomes a cycle in that regard, right? So these are called, see, these are methods of revision. For more than a decade, this is how I've been doing it. This is how I've taught my students to do it. We have learned more complex things in universities vis-a-vis these codes. These are called tricks. These are tricks. You will have to change it for your needs. It cannot be for everybody. You can change it as per your needs, but this is the trick to learn this, right? Because if you will start to learn basic provisions, you will never be able to learn them. You need certain acronyms to learn them generally. Company license points to Indians so that they can trade under the company banner. Okay, great. So 73, 84, GGB plus 4, GGB plus 3, LC, SC, BOC, COD. Think of it as we are in the break. So when we come back, 93 means 1793, 5 lakh transfer to Parliament, company license to Indians to trade under its banner, royal approval for anybody to be appointed, Indian revenue will be paid to the expenses. Okay. So we take a break. We will be back at 7:56. 7:56, and we'll take this story forward. Right? Okay, perfect. See you. Welcome back. Okay. I mean, that's a good one. Good one. Okay. 5393 FL license royal approval home charge. See, whatever works for you. Whatever works for you. Company license restored the monopoly of East India Company and provide privileges to other private traders. I mean, in a way, but basically they're using it to facilitate their trade. So for them, it's not a distortion. So then 1793 will put more pressure on the Indian peasants. Peasants are already dying. There is no need for an act to kill them. Okay. Can we talk about 1813, 33 and 53? Then we move to social religious reform. I'll most probably try to give you a small 5-minute break later in the stage if I think that you need it. So don't worry about that, because I know constitutional history becomes a little bit heavy in that sense. Okay. So we move to 1813. 1813 charter. We already know one of the standard provisions, which is that the India monopoly is lost. But 1813 has some very interesting provisions also. First is the fact that India monopoly lost, but China monopoly retained. Second, you already know 1 lakh rupees for education. But a very interesting concept within this whole act was that the dividend percentage was increased. If you see, the company shareholders were now going to be given 10.5%. It used to be 5% previously. Now it was made 10.5% dividend. Can anybody tell me why? Why? Why would they need to increase the dividend? Think of it logically. Because Indian monopoly is gone, so why would you want to invest in the East India Company? So this is a marketing strategy. See, if anybody can trade in India, then what's the point of getting an East India Company share? Now they are saying that we will give you 10.5% dividend out of Indian revenue to shareholders. This was technically to keep East India Company stocks attractive to investors. One more thing which changed in this was missionaries will be allowed to now operate in India, wherein previously missionary activity was not allowed, 0 missionary activities were allowed. Rather, now missionary activities will be allowed in India. 10.5% dividend, not why will the government give it? Again, don't forget it is a private company. Simple point of the matter is, previously if 100 rupees was the profit of the East India Company, 5 rupees was transferred as dividend. Now it is 10 rupees 50 paisa will be transferred. Are you getting my point? What does that 10.5% mean? 10.5% means that whatever revenue will be generated by East India Company, they will transfer more to their shareholders. It's all to make sure that because India monopoly is lost, people don't lose faith in the East India Company. East India Company is slowly but surely becoming redundant because the company is not becoming more important. The board of control is becoming important. So please understand this point, that to keep the East India Company stock, it is a private company, attractive, the investors would only invest when they get more return. So they've increased the return value in order to make it more attractive. Is this making sense? You need to tell me, come on. Yes, okay. So you see, understand the provisions. Business interests were pressing on the British Parliament to end the monopoly of the company. When Napoleon will create pressure on the British vis-a-vis the Napoleonic Wars, in 1813, the redressal will be that company's monopoly will be lost in India, but it will retain the China and tea trade monopoly. The company shareholders will be given 10.5% dividend out of the Indian revenue. The company will retain the possessions on territories which they have in India for 20 years without prejudice to the sovereignty of the crown. This means that the crown will not take away your territories. But for the first time, they say that the East India Company holds Indian territories on the behalf of the crown. So for the first time, the constitutional position of the Indian territories has been made clear, that you don't hold these areas as a private area. You hold these areas as a representative of the British crown. So the sovereignty of the crown will not be pushed on the territories. However, you just hold it for the crown. So you can see that it is becoming more and more clear that the government of Britain is becoming more and more interested in India. So the company will retain, but it will retain for 20 more years without prejudice, meaning that right now the crown is not asserting its power. But it means that you are not the ultimate holder of land. You are not the ultimate holder of territory. We are the ultimate holder of territory. Getting my point? That how for the first time they have very simply, explicitly said, you are just a private company which holds territory for us. Very significant point that is. For the first time, they've constitutionally defined the concept of Indian territories. Thereafter, board of control power has been enlarged. 1 lakh rupee for, we already discussed it, for education. Now, even more interesting point. Regulations made by the Madras, Bombay and Calcutta Council or anywhere in India will now be laid before the British Parliament. And once the British Parliament approves, then only it can become an act in India. So now the legislative councils in India or the council in India or any law in India cannot be passed without the approval of the British Parliament also. Separate account of commercial transaction and territorial revenue needs to be there. And the superintendents and the power of the board of control again increased more considerably. And Christian missionaries were allowed to operate in India and even preach religion. Now let me make a flow chart. It will make more sense. Tell me one thing, simple. Did this make sense? 50, 60, 70%, whatever it may be. Yes. Now you see how it actually looks in a way of a structure. So you have board of control, you have court of directors. They operate via Governor General of Bengal, who then operates via Governor of Bombay and Governor of Madras. The first change for us is that laws made laws made need to go to the British Parliament for approval only when they approve it becomes a law. First point. Second point, Board of Control and Court of Directors need to maintain separate accounts. The commercial and the revenue accounts should be different. Further, now the whole East India Company is going to transfer 10.5% dividend to shareholders. Shareholders are British people, and the Indian monopoly is lost. China is retained. Thereafter, the Governor General, or rather the Board of Control, has sanctioned 1 lakh rupees for education, which will be given to the Governor General of India. And last but not the least, missionaries can operate in India. Are these 6 points clear now that you see it? Because I know when you read it, it makes no sense. Is this clear? Then I give you the code and we move to 1833. Second point is that previously there used to be one account in which Court of Directors money used to also come, which is commercial revenue used to also come, and the Indian revenue used to come. They want to separate it. Why are they allowing missionaries? Because there was again a major demand for allowing missionaries to come to India. First point is that any law which is made by these three has to go to the British Parliament, then has to come back to become a law in India itself. BOC COD confusing. Why they get paid by government and why their power increased? They are not paid by government. They are paid by the money of the Indian revenue, and they are sitting in England. So any changes will happen here, na. And as it is, Board of Control is more powerful because it has every other function which the COD does not have. So that is the point you need to understand here. So there are no councils. Deepika, there's no councils in the Governor of Bombay and the Governor of Madras makes the laws. Okay. First point is any law made by any of these bodies has to be approved by the British Parliament. So imagine that every state in India, before they make a law, has to send it to the center. Right? Getting my point? Is this making sense? I have to be more clear. Mohammed, we are coming to that. That is 1833. Okay. So now let's make a code for this. The code here is going to be 33. So you make it not 13. 13, 10.5. Write the numbers together, you will remember it more. 13, 10.5, 1L Edu, mission, Parliament approval. Get it? 1813, 10.5% dividend, 1 lakh education, mission parliamentary approval. So missionary parliamentary approval for law. See, separate account you can remember, mission parliamentary approval law. Separate account is a smaller point. If you can remember these 3 basic points or 4 basic points, these are the ones which they will play with. Are you getting my point? Oh yes, very good. You can add India gone. I'll make new one. See, 13. Rather you make it like this. Monopoly point is though presumed, but we can add it to this. Why not? 13, 10.5. India gone. Mission Parliament approval. Approve 1 lakh edu. Now clear? Perfect. Okay. Can I talk about 1833 now? 33 most significant. Yes. Very good. Charter Act 1833. First, as it is, we know China monopoly also gone. China monopoly also gone. Now the most significant. Governor General of Bengal designation changed to Governor General of India. Governor General of India. Further, all power, expenditure, and political authority vested in Governor General of India. Further legislative centralization as Madras, Bombay, Calcutta governors can only now propose laws. Law-making only Governor General of India plus 3 council. So now the 3 provinces, the 3 presidencies cannot even make laws. They can propose that we need a law like this. And the Governor General of India is going to make the law for them, send it to the parliament, get the approval and bring it back. So has the power got concentrated in the Governor General of India position? Yes or no? The Governor General of India now has extreme power. The Governor of Madras, Bombay, and now a new position called Calcutta or Bengal, Governor General of Bengal. The Governor of Madras, Governor of Bombay, Governor of Bengal, because now he's become Governor General of India. So the power of the Governor of Bengal is separated. They have no power to do anything. They have no power to do anything. So these 4 changes again are seen as the major provisions of 1833. So I'll read it out, then I will give you the flowchart and then I'll give you the code. Any issue? Further centralization means that now previously, if you see here, they were also making laws. Now this law making power will go away. In the 4th point, what I'm saying, Further legislative centralization means that who were the three does not matter. The three people included a commander-in-chief and two people more who helped him. Simple point of the matter is that now the power of the Governor General has been changed. The Governor of Bengal is going to be separate, and Governor General of India is going to become one man who controls all of Indian territories. I'll give you the structure, don't worry about it. Let us read it out and then I'll give you the structure in the flow chart manner. So again, for another 20 years, there has been extension of what we call as the charter. Monopoly of China is also lost. All restrictions on European immigrating and acquiring property in India is lifted. So basically now, previously only an East India Company approved person can come to India. Now anybody can come to India, anybody can come and buy land. Further, India financial, legislative, administrative centralization. The Governor General was now given the power to superintend, control, direct military affairs of the company. Bengal, Bombay, Madras, all territories were placed under the complete control of the Governor General of India. All revenue to be raised in the name of the Governor General. The drastic deprivation of legislative powers of the Madras, Bombay and Bengal governors, as they now could only propose laws to the Governor General of India. A law member was added to the council of the Governor General to give him basic idea of laws itself. Now, this is the joke of the century which they introduced before this concept. No Indian citizen was to be denied employment under the company on the basis of religion, color, birth, descent. Although in reality, they never gave any employment to Indians only. So they said that we will not discriminate, but that is what they do. And they also said that we need to remove slavery from India, and that is going to happen in 1843. Only I'll tell you that when I'll discuss social justice reform movement. Now, let me give you the structure. Think of it like this. See, in 1813 and in 1833, how does the whole structure change? Can I do this? Come on. There's nothing here. Again, smaller changes. See, the structure was this. Board of Control, Court of Directors, working via the Governor General of Bengal plus 3 members, and he has Governor of Madras and Governor of Bombay under him. Now the structure is even more interesting. The structure is Board of Control, Court of Directors. They operate via Governor General of India plus his 3 members plus 1 more member added, law member, and he will then operate via Governor of Bengal, Governor of Madras and Governor of Bombay. So there is now a new position which has been created so that Bengal has its own governor, and there's a new law member which has been added. But the most important concept is, that none of these 3, they can only propose laws. Law making happens here only. And which the law will be sent to the parliament and the parliament will send it back. So the power of Bengal is reduced in a way, but that position was not there. Are we clear? Come on. So you understand the basic provisions? Great. Okay. Now, one more left, very simple. What is the code? I'll give you a timeline based summary also, to don't worry. Did Calcutta have upper hand in lawmaking? No, nothing at all. Code for 1833. 33, China gone, Governor General of India plus law. legislative centralization increases and Governor General of India power increases. That's it. The arrow means increase in power. China gone, Governor General of India is there, law member, and +3, you already know that. Legislative centralization even further increases, Governor General of power further increases. India had already gone. Separate Governor of Bengal, Chaitanya, is implied. Keep the code clean. It should not be a problem, right? Can I move to 53? LC means legislative centralization increases. These are, at least now you're in a position to know what legislative centralization means. Right. Okay. Now, the last is 1853. After it, as it is, 1857 is going to happen, revolt, and the Government of India Act 1858 is going to take over. The East India Company rule will end, the Company Raj will end, and the Crown rule will begin from 1858, which we will discuss after 1857. GGI means Governor of India. So this is the last charter which was ever issued to the British. The first, to the British East India Company. The first interesting aspect is no end date or year mentioned like previously. Previously, it was always mentioned 20 years. So the East India Company could see that the British are going to, as it is, take over. The parliament is as it is going to take over, because there's no specific date which is said that you get privilege for 20 years. Nothing was said. Second, we know open competition in ICS was introduced. This point we already know. But the most interesting development here is the Council of Governor General of India is expanded and legislative and executive functions are separated. Meaning that now he has a legislative council. What is the difference between executive and legislative? ICS means Indian Civil Services. What is the difference between executive and legislative? Legislative are lawmakers. Then what is the job of the executive? Law implementers. Perfect. So the laws are made by legislative council and the executive council implements them. Very great, great. So an executive will be the prime minister, the council of ministers, and legislature would be member of parliament, the parliament itself. Very good. So it's a very simple thing. Code can easily be, for example, 53, open ICS, LC, EC. Here LC means legislative council. So we can write LEC. So that you don't mix it up with legislative. LEC, EC. LEC, EC. So now please pay attention. We are going to stop our constitutional history here. So this structure, you have to promise me that you will remember. I will revive this whole system in after 1857. So the next 4 days you will remember it, and then we'll keep on changing it as we go on. Once I'm done with this, I will give you a timeline in which I will mark each and every date, and I'll give you the concept of what is the major concept itself, and then we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start social justice reform movement. Acceptable? Acceptable. Okay, very good. So as of 1853, this is the structure of the East India Company. Board of Control. This is the slide to remember. Court of Directors, COD. They sit in England. They operate via the Governor General of India. And thereafter, he has three major governors under him. The Governor of Bombay, Governor of Bengal, and Governor of Madras. And the new addition is going to be that he will have two councils under him, Executive Council and Legislative Council. Can you remember this for 4, 5, 6 days? Yes? Great. So I hope that you have seen how slowly but surely the structure was changing and evolving, becoming more and more what we call as in a way complex, and the power of the parliament was increasing further. Right? Right. Okay. Now, we need to revise. Let's revise. Okay. You're asking me what? Okay. First governance of India, Bentic. I'll give you that set. When I'm done with, I'll add Canning to it and then it will become complete. First governor of Bengal is Clive. Second governor is the first governor general of Bengal is Hastings. First governor general of India is Bentic. Okay. Now let's revise the whole set. This is what I called a timeline, and I am going to create multiple of these timelines as we go forward. And this is how you will also revise when you will revise for your preparation. If you can do that, it will help you immensely in retaining a lot of things for the exam. Okay. So, Clive, Hastings, Benting, and Canning, yes. 1773, 1784, 1793, 1813. We can open it up, I think. 1 second. We've already done previous year questions yesterday. I have not done something to cover more. Okay. You have Governor General of Bengal, legislative centralization, Madras and Bombay subordinated, Supreme Court. Thereafter, Pitt's India Act. This is called Regulating Act. Board of Control created. and okay. Thereafter, no, I'm not trying to use the code because that is a different type of revision. This is a different type of revision. 1793. Any other point? 5 lakh pounds. Royal approval for appointment. What is the third point? Come on. Akula 10.5 is 1813, not 1750, 1790. 20 years clause, okay. Now you're mixing. See, this is why I've given you codes. We only write the one which is important. We only write transfer, company license, royal approval, Indian revenue expense. So we don't mix it up. We don't mix it up. We keep it very simple. So we have already written appointment. We've written cannot leave 5 lakh. Thereafter license we will add and revenue. That's it. Perfect. Indian revenue to pay for home government and licenses given to Indian traders. Now it's complete. Because there are multiple smaller points, we don't. So for example, the permission clause is okay. If you write it okay, you know it okay. Indian monopoly gone, missionary 10.5% transfer of dividend. So then comes 1833. 1833 need parliamentary approval for laws. Now, China monopoly gone. Governor General of India, legislative centralization, Governor of Bengal, Bombay, Madras can only propose laws. Governor General power increased. Open competition, ICS, Legislative Council, Executive Council. Law member. Now clear, everybody? Come on. You can remember these dates: 1773, 84, 93, 13, 33, 53. And I've given you 6 codes, and I've given you this form of revision. so that everything should be perfectly clear. And I hope that is the case. Yes. So you will remember the structure and you will remember this basic point. No renewal date, these small points are things. So this is how you revise, this is how you learn, this is how you keep it simple. Any small point you want to remember, sure, just revise once and you will never forget it. Right? Okay. Can I give you a 5-minute break? Government of India Act 1935. Why will I do it here? For doing Government of India Act, see, legislative centralization, I've given you a slide here also. 1773, Governor General of Bengal position has been created, so the jurisdiction is taken away. Joint government run by Crown and Company was established. 1813, company monopoly gone, board of control power increases. By 1833, full control is taken. Now, the ones which are left now, I will do when I will reach in the national movement. 1858, 1861, 1892, 1909, 1919, and 1935. Government of India Act 1858, Indian Council Act, Morlamento Reform, Montagu Chelmsford, and Government of India Act 1935. This we will do as we go on further. Hariom, what it means is that the council does not make laws. The law-making members of the council separated from executive council. So very simply, there's no act in 1885. That is the formation of the INC. The simple point of the matter is this I will do when I will discuss with you the concept of national movement. So as soon as 1858 will be over, I will discuss 1858 Act. 1857 will be over, we'll discuss 1858. Council Acts I will do as we go on in the national movement. Clear, everybody? No issues? And the same way I've given you a summary here, I'll give it to you there also. But they are much more complex laws than actually what we know. This is much easier in that way. So let's take a break here. We'll be back at 8:45. When we are back at 8:45, we start the most important but very heavy module, social religious reform movement. Right? Okay. I leave you here. 5 minutes. Take a break. See you. Okay. Thank you, Shri. That is why we are here for that. We are here for that only. Okay. Welcome back. Now, no issues, Nikita. I hope you're following the basic things we are doing here. Now, we start socio-religious reform movement. Now, this is basically two classes, and there are three parts to this story. One is called legislative reform, and thereafter it is called revivalists or reformists. There are basically three parts to it, and today we'll try to complete the legislative reform part, small part. But I have already given you a disclaimer, and I'm saying it again very simply. This is one of the heavier modules because of facts. But my basic request to you is going to be, please don't judge this area or think of it as representative of what we call as history itself. There are three modules like this. You just have to take the pain and move on. We can't do anything here. There is no scope. I will tell you what to do with the information, but you just have to bear the pain. So, social justice reform movement, tribal and peasant are very fact-heavy sections. And more than that, out of this area, one question has come previously. So it's not that UPSC is asking too many questions also. But it's a very important part of our history. So therefore, we have to understand it. So we keep it simple. Exam purpose. Don't get bogged down here. Right? Can we agree to this? Okay, great. Now what is the context? How does social justice reform movement come through? So if you remember, we discussed the advent of the British in India. We discussed the expansion of British in India. We understood the consolidation of British in India. Then we understood the economic exploitation. But I told you that they were, in a way, justifying their rule, what is called through the white man's burden. This is the justification. The justification of their rule was white man's burden. Now, part of this justification are 2 points. Education policy and socio-religious reform. See, by arguing that we are educating Indians, they were fulfilling their justification. But an unintended consequence of the education policy was reform movement. So the education policy produces socio-religious reform movement. It will also produce one more channel which we will discuss later, nationalism and resistance. But that is for next week. We have to take a detour and understand the social policy of the British. The social policy of the British. Wherein basically the context was that the education policy is going to become the social religious reform movement, but the interesting fact behind it is even more interesting. So we understand that education is connected to social justice reform movement. We understand that. Okay, come on. We understand this point. Now, you see how the British created a certain argument. Why did we start to reform ourselves? See, the British came to India and they said that we are barbarians. We are savages. We are uncivilized. This is what they started to say. That you are a barbarian, you are a savage, you are uncivilized. That is why our presence here in India is important. But then an Indian came and said to the Britisher, how? Kaise? How are we barbarians, savages and uncivilized? To that question, the British said that the superiority and development of a civilization is marked by position of the women of the society. Though the English are not very good with their own women position, but they said that, okay, position of women in the society is a civilizational indicator of who is superior. Of who is superior. We said, okay. So then the British showed us an ugly image in a mirror. The British took out this white man's burden mirror and showed the Indians their face. And in that mirror, we saw dowry, sati, infanticide, no widow remarriage, child marriage, no education for women, no property to women, violence. Now the British say, see, this is your true self. Why don't we call you uncivilized? You have the worst position of women in your society. That is why you are needed here. The British then went on further. They said caste system, untouchability, people having no access. So now there's a major justification which the British are now showing to the Indians. Why are you here? We are here for this. We are here because your women are in a very bad position. Why are you here? Because your depressed classes are in a very bad position. Why are you here? Because you are uncivilized, and this is why our presence is justified. Our presence is justified. This is the harsh reality of the fact that when the British came, the fact of the matter is that Indian women's position was extremely bad, and now this will become the moral justification. Moral justification for being in India. So when the missionaries will start to ridicule Indian culture, they will say your culture is unique, Your culture is superior. Your culture is where you burn your women on the funerary pyre of the husband itself. The aspect here is very, very simple. The fact of the matter is, we will say, no, we are civilizationally better. How? Show us. So please understand this basic point, that socio-religious reform was a product of a critique of Indian society by the British, and when the harsh reality will come through, then the educated Indians will produce the reform movement. Because the British only reformed three things. The British only touched three things: infanticide, sati, and slavery. Nothing more. They were not ready to touch anything more. Rather, it will be the educated Indians who will take up the reform movement. But I remember one thing. This reform movement is because of the image. Infanticide, I'll tell you what is infanticide, don't worry. When you kill a child, girl child. The basic point of the matter is that the harsh reality, when it comes through, then everything becomes clear. Then everything becomes clear. Okay, so it would be safe to say that education, gender, superstition, sati, widow, child marriage, female infanticide, dowry system, are these issues prevalent in India during the British period, colonial period? Yes, they are. Can we argue that our depressed classes have untouchability issues, exploitation, lack of education, poverty, no access to pilgrimage sites, no social mobility, which is to go up in the social ranks, and have worst impact when it comes to any form of disasters? We are very clear that this is not something which the British made up. The British did not make up this concept. They were extremely correct with regards to this concept, that the Indian society was plagued by multiple issues, and therefore somehow we gave them this basic definition or this basic moral justification to become our masters. So the British used two things as moral justification: fact that they need to be educated, and second, look at their women. Look at the position of the women. Don't you think that a civilized civilization will never kill a unarmed, innocent girl child by starvation? As much as we don't want to accept it, some of these issues still persist. Dowry still persists. Infanticide and infanticide still persist. Widow remarriage is still an issue in India. Access to women to education is again an issue in India. So the concept is that we have not come a very long way. We've come a way, or we've come some distance, but there is a very long way to go with regards to gender equality. So the aspect here is, when I talk about the context, how did the social justice reform movement come through? I need to discuss this very simple merry-go-round with you. This very important, simple merry-go-round with you. The fact is that the concept is very simple. There is a pessimistic approach which the British Christian missionaries and the British show us, that they are critiquing our culture. When they are critiquing our culture, we show that there is a opposition to the Western culture because you yourself are barbarian. There are prevalent socio-religious ills in India, and the British impact exaggerate them. Therefore, it will be the modern educated class and the middle class intelligentsia which is going to then respond to the pessimistic and the critique of the society. Now, are you able to create a chain? Where does social justice reform come from? Getting my point? It's not random. It was a justification which the British used for a very long time. We are barbarians. Civilizational indicator is the position of women. They start to critique. So our middle class intelligentsia responds by the reform movement. It's very simple. Very simple. As I showed you here, very simple. The fact is that the social reform movement is part of the critique, and therefore harsh reality comes through. Educated Indians respond. Can I presume that now you understand the logic of this section? You understand the logic? Perfect. Very simply, again repeating myself, the British said you are white man's burden is there. You are barbarian, savage and uncivilized. We said how? They said civilizational indicator is position of women. Position of women was very bad. So they started to critique Indian society. So harsh realities are now in front of everybody. So the educated Indians will respond by the reform movement. In a way, the British showed us what is the problem. Opposition to Western culture is Bhardwaj, we were resisting Western culture. So the British said that why are you resisting Western culture when our culture is superior to you? Okay, now we've agreed to these issues also. Now we know. Can I now go into the topic itself? 20-25 minutes discussion, very easy but very interesting. Okay. Now we know that there is this harsh realities. And now the British can see them. The British can see them. But there are two different camps within the British. One, the Anglicans, other, the Orientalists. Would the Orientalists say change things? No. They did not want to change anything. So do not intervene. On the other hand, Anglicans will say change and intervene. Change and intervene. And that is why the Orientalists did not want to intervene in the story, whilst the utilitarian said that greatest good of greatest number, maximum good of maximum number should happen. So we should be doing reform. We should be doing reform. So the British itself are not very, very clear, themselves are not very, very clear that should they intervene or not. They have shown us the mirror with everything written on it, but they were themselves not ready to do anything. So please try to understand this point. Social justice reform movement is two parts. One is what was done by the Indians, one is what was done by the British. We are right now understanding the British one. And on Monday, we will discuss what we did. The basic point is, when I say Orientalism, I hope you remember what it is. Orientalism is the school or the philosophy of rule where they don't want opposition, they don't want resistance. So they say don't change anything. On the other hand, utilitarians say maximum good of maximum number. Jeremy Bentham, Benthamite utilitarianism says we have to change things. And by changing it, we can also show to the Indians that you are useless. So three things I'm going to ask you. Why social justice reform movement, harsh realities, and the debate within the within the government? Are these 3 points clear? Because two of them we've already discussed. We all can agree that India has problems. We all can agree that we gave the British an opportunity to criticize us. We also gave the British the moral justification for very long time, and the initial intervention is going to be from the British. We will respond to the social justice reform movement, but the basic point is that the British itself is in a debate, should we intervene or not? Okay. Now, Hastings, who's an Orientalist, generally did not intervene. That is why they were criticized quite a lot. And many ideological streams started to argue that you need to modernize and westernize the Indians. And the major opposition is going to come from basically the missionaries. The missionaries will say that they are burning their women and you are not doing anything. So they will start to talk about the superstition, the tyranny of the priest, how Pandits were dominating. And they will say we need to formulate an understanding. And that formulation will become what we call as the early intervention of the British into the society. The social early intervention is based on the critique of Orientalism that you are not doing anything. You're not doing anything. Now, there are two very important points you need to remember. The British are ready to destroy agriculture. The British are ready to exploit India, but they fear resistance. So when we talk about early intervention or when we talk about early social reform, they don't want to touch too much. Even the utilitarians will not try to do too much because they thought that if we are exploiting them, that's okay. But if we'll start to play with their society, then they will start to become more and more pronounced. That is why the early intervention will stop in 1857. After 1857, they never did any reform. Before 1857, the British showed an inclination to reform. But after 1857, no intervention in social. Because in the mind of the Britisher, 1857 was linked to social change. And I will show it to you. When I'll discuss the causes of the 1857 revolt, I will tell you, in the mind of the Britisher, 1857 was because we did too much social reform. And that is why major reforms never came from British. Major reforms came from us, where we wanted to take away the moral justification which the British had. But the British themselves will very cautiously touch these issues. So what have we done till this point? We've understood the concept of social justice reform movement. We've understood where does this concept come from. We've understood why the British did not touch it initially, and how now we are trying to understand that why would the British not touch anything after 1857. These 4 points are clear. They are? Yes, very good. Now comes their first intervention. The first intervention of the British was basically infanticide. By God's grace at that point of time, India did not have ultrasounds. Therefore, there was no foeticide. Infanticide means, foeticide and infanticide are same thing but in two forms. Foeticide means that when you kill the girl child in the womb itself, for that you need to have ultrasounds to understand the gender of the child. And the second is when you kill the child when it is born. In India, because of the dowry system and as it is, we have created certain images where women are considered burdens. Girl childs were killed after death, were killed after birth. So either they were killed through starvation or poisoning, but in India it was extremely common for girl child to be killed by their parents because they were seen as problematic part of the society. So foeticide and infanticide equally worse, but infanticide even worse. Because we imagine killing a child because of its gender. This is the level of problematic psyche we had at this point of time. Until today we have. Let's not blame the 1800 Indian. We are the same. So forticide is before birth, birth, and infanticide after birth. And the first intervention came from Jonathan Duncan, who tried to even compensate people who were trying to kill their girl child by saying that don't kill it. We will pay for the upbringing of that child. William Carey and Jonathan Duncan technically played an important role in creating a lot of what we call as awareness about this. And even William Carey went to the Pandits and asked that, is this practice religious? And when the Pandits said, no, it is not religious, then there was a regulation which came in 1802, which actually made infanticide a crime, which made an infanticide a crime. It became a criminal offense. But what is actually problematic are two things. The British always checked if the practice was religious or not, because they did not want to change religion. But the bigger problem is, as of 1802, the British are not in a lot of parts of India. So this has a very limited impact. Very limited impact. Extremely limited impact. Very limited impact. So the public response is that the traditional social custom was suppressed by the government. The British thought that there will be opposition, but it was only effective in Bengal region, so did not affect a lot of people itself. Opposition was not there. Because it was not a practice which was limited to Bengal, the abolition was not enforceable across India. So the British did try, but the problem is that the British did not control a lot of parts of India. And even as much as in Bengal, it was made a criminal offense. In other parts of India, it was still prevalent. But why are we discussing it? Because here the British acted brave, because they always feared rebellion. So they did not want to touch anything which would entice rebellion. So when we talk about legislative reform, the first reform which they brought in, why do we call it legislative? Because it is based on British laws. So it's called legislative reform. So this is the first intervention. The next intervention is going to be in the most significant, sati. Now what is sati? Sati is the act, barbaric, unacceptable, unjustifiable act of asking a woman who's a widow to self-immolate or burn herself alive on the funerary pyre of the husband. And this was a practice which was there across India. Why the practice is absent, Gorli? Why is it only available in, why is it only enforceable in Bengal? Because British only control Bengal. Now, sati is one of the worst acts which can be done. There is no justification. There cannot be a justification. And if there is a justification, I don't want to hear it with regards to sati. Sati as an act is unacceptable. Even if our scriptures say it, whatever says it, sati cannot be acceptable at any point of time in Indian history. It's related to this period of 8th, 9th century CE, which is basically the post-Gupta period that we see this concept emerges. Some sick man, some disgusted personality would have come up with this concept of asking the wife. And the ironical part is the husband can remarry. He does not self-immolate himself on the funerary pyre of the wife, but only the wife has to. So in the examination, and never in your life, be on the side of justifying sati. Because if there is a justification for sati, then your mind is also problematic. Sati cannot be justified, voluntary, involuntary, this, that, whatever you say. Sati is not acceptable. Sati will never be acceptable. It is the darkest chapter of gendered history in India. So, a lot of students, a lot of teachers on a lot of different platforms will quote this concept that women are doing it voluntarily. You think that they're doing it voluntarily. Somebody wants to kill themselves voluntarily. So by saying that it is voluntary, you are trying to justify it, and there is no justification for it. It's a totally wrong practice and had to go. Had to go. So if there is somebody who's trying to do something or giving you any form of misinformation with regards to sati, does not matter. Simple point is, in an interview, in the examination, anywhere, it is not an acceptable concept, be it whatever text man person says about it. Are we clear with regards to sati that it is not acceptable? So there is no justification, because a lot of students ask me, where is the origin? Where is it written? Why do we need to know? Wherever its origin is, it's wrong. Wherever is it written? Ironically, it's not even written anywhere. It was a random patriarchal concept introduced. So it's a Hinduistic practice which needed to go very quickly but was persisting for hundreds of years. Now, when it came to sati, the first person who actually tried to change it is not a Britisher. Akbar tried to change it, Jahangir tried to change it, Vijayanagara rulers tried to change it, Marathas tried to change it, but the problem was that there was too much of what is called indoctrination, that people did not leave it. It would rather be even Albuquerque who will abolish sati in Goa. There will be multiple officers also of the British who wanted to abolish sati, but the British showed a lot of resistance. British showed a lot of resistance to doing something about it. And the person who actually made them comfortable with the concept of removing sati is actually Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Raja Ram Mohan Roy, why is he considered so important vis-a-vis the history of India? Because he made the British realize that it's okay, you can abolish. It's okay, you can abolish. And there will be no opposition, because the British were not ready to abolish only. Because they thought it was a religious practice, so therefore people will start to burn the British only. Is it correct to abolish traditional practice? Yes, it is correct. If the traditional practice is to put your wife on a fire and burn her, yes. So don't give me this type of an argument. That is it a traditional practice? Can the British? Yes. Yes. The simple point of the matter is yes. Perfect. If they are intervening to stop small children, girl child to be poisoned, yes. So don't give me this patriarchal Hinduistic notion that how can they touch a traditional practice? Yes, they did it. The very simple point of the matter is an unacceptable practice. So traditional practice should be touched. Yes, it should be touched. Something which is wrong, be it any type of practice. And traditions are made by us. They don't come from the sky. So you and me make traditions. And if our tradition is to burn women, then burn men also then. Then it would become, then don't touch traditional practice. This is not the way you answer for a UPSC interview. Never do that. They will literally burn you in the interview. Don't try to justify things which are unjustifiable. So, sati is something which had to go. Okay. So, origin 5th to 9th century CE, prevalent among all castes in all three presidencies. Self-immolation of the widow on the funerary pyre of her husband is the concept. Since 16th century only, there were multiple interventions wherein Indian rulers including Akbar, Jahangir, Guru Amar Das, Maratha chief Ahilya Bhai, the Peshwas, king of Tanjore, the Portuguese, all tried to remove this practice. In 1789, Brooke, who was a collector of Shabad, he tried to disallow sati. In 1795, Colebrook, who was a judge and later will become the head of the Sadar Diwani Adalat, he will try to demonstrate that this practice had nothing to do with the Vedas. He will literally read out the Vedas to the Indians and say, see, your Upanishads and Vedas don't say about sati. So the Britishers were desperately trying, and missionaries were, as it is, trying to use sati as a point of saying that India needs to change. Thereafter, in 1797, the Midnapur district magistrate will stop burning a child widow. Girl child being burnt on the funerary pyre of her child husband. 1805, Wellesley conducted a court inquiry and found that sati was widely practiced, and this is where things will become problematic. Any measure to abolish it could create dissatisfaction. It is here that basically the British now start to get cold feet or start to develop a fear. And that fear was that if we do something, maybe they will resist. But it is only after 1818 when Raja Ram Mohan Roy will make them comfortable with the concept that yes, sati can be abolished, people will not fight, please abolish sati. And in 1819 and 21, Supreme Court will say to the officers to abolish sati as quickly as possible. And the mandate finally will come in 1829 from the Court of Directors along with the Board of Control that Benedict can go ahead, and through the Regulation 17 of 1829, sati was deemed as a revolting practice to human nature. It became a criminal offense, and all government servants were accountable if sati is practiced in their area. Now again, the problem is enforceability. The British did their part, but the enforceability of this act was a problem. How much can you actually enforce it? Right? So sati gives us a story, and this is the last, slavery, and then we'll end for today. Sati gives us a story of how the British were a little bit very nervous vis-a-vis social reform, and that is why people like Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Derozio, Swami Vivekanand, and Dayanand Saraswati will have to take it in their own hands to change India. Make sense? Gorley, their intention is to not spread Christianity. Now don't talk like, again, intention is to really abolish sati, is not to spread. There was never any plan of the British to convert anybody in India as a government policy, because the Mughals also knew it and the British also knew it. Conversion, mass conversion, would only have led to literally burning of these two. So they never touched anybody. It was about purely social intervention. So as I know you can't trust the British, but here the intention is totally different. Right? Can we discuss slavery and then we'll end for today? Great. Perfect. Now, last but not the least is slavery. See, when you will do ancient and medieval with me, I will tell you that slavery is something which was there in India since 1500 BC, which was a Vedic period itself, called the Dasa-Dasi tradition. But in India, slavery was not based on how we think of black slavery. Black slavery is basically how you take the African out of Africa, take him to America, then literally beat him up, kill him possible to get what you want. Black slavery is considered one of the worst slavery in the world. But we have a little bit of a modified bonded labor concept. I am indebted to you, so therefore I will work for you for free. So in India, slavery, Dasa Dasi tradition, slavery was based on the concept that you go to a restaurant and you eat a lot. Bill comes out of to 5,000. Then you remember that you don't have your purse. So then slavery is how they make you wash the utensils to pay off that 5,000 is basically bonded labor slavery concept. That it's basically debt-based slavery rather than social-based proper slavery in that regard. That's a, Ilyas will talk about that. That's a separate issue altogether. The simple point of the matter is there are also certain communities in which what we have predial slavery. What do you mean by predial slavery? Predial slavery means that you would have seen very, very wealthy people work in the temple for free to get ritualistic merit. You would have seen very wealthy people doing brooming and technically working for the temple for free. That is called predial slavery, in a way that you work for ritualistic merit or for the benefit of the land. So some people used to work on the land so as to pray to the gods for fertility. So in a way, there is a lot of complex situations vis-a-vis. In India, slavery was not a very clear-cut concept. So though there are Arab traders who are selling Africans in India, in famines, people used to go into these markets of debt bondage. And there is also Calcutta and Bombay where there are African slaves being sold. But in India, the concept of slavery is much, much, much more complex, wherein there is great variation in areas and there are people who work for the temples for free in a form of bonded labor for ritualistic merit. So therefore, the main push is going to come in 1813. So what happens is there's a person called William Wilberforce who's going to abolish slavery across the world. He will also talk about India. And all slave trade, meaning slavery, or the black slaves being sold, that will stop in 1820 in all British areas. But in India, there will be a delay. The delay is that though 1833 charter said that government should pay attention to slaves, it is only in Indian Slavery Act of 1843 that slavery will be abolished, wherein sale of a person is going to be banned and selling and buying of slave is going to be considered a criminal offense. But this does not mean that in India bonded labor system ended. Unfortunately, you would know in a lot of different industries still today in India, there is bonded labor. One of the brick industry and in the construction sector, still bonded labors are used. So the British intervention, and this is the last point I'm going to say to you, the three British interventions, except for Sati, were very minimal and very, very cautious. Sati showed us the nervousness of the British vis-a-vis changing a religious practice, or rather, we'll not say religious practice, a practice prevalent in India. And therefore, when we come back on Monday, you will see how Indians will take the onus of changing India. So, before I end, today we've discussed constitutional history, the basic commissions of education, and we've started social justice reform movement. I hope all of this is clear. If it is, have a very, very good and productive weekend. And tomorrow, you don't, if you are technically taking the weekend batch, there is no class. So Eid Mubarak to everybody. And very simply, and happy Akshaya Tritiya to everybody. So first and foremost, no weekend class tomorrow. Tomorrow is a holiday if you're taking weekend batch. If not, enjoy. But remember, on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, we will be in a little bit of pain, but I hope that you are ready to, in a way, bear that pain. So thank you so much. Eid Mubarak. Happy Akshaya Tritiya to everybody. And I hope everything is making sense generally. Thank you. Take care. And bye-bye. The SM is there for the next half an hour to answer any of your questions. Thank you. Bye-bye.